Your servants to God.
So we're gonna try this again. Why not?
Yeah.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit one's unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness.
That was not the sword that I was wielding at that time.
They are divine.
I'm a little surprised this game's doing this.
Everyone, Akashic. Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous thoughts. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Salvation? And abandon everything we hold dear?
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours. And not your gods.
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps
Stupid consciousness.
this fact may be put to use.
I myself try to spend as much time unconscious as possible.
Clive!
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
And we're dead.
Ash is not far. I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try.
It's like walk off getting slashed in half by Odin, walk off getting slashed in half by Odin.
Don't look back!
Maybe try not looking forward either. Success! I was defeated!
Makes me wonder if that's a winnable fight.
If it is, God bless the people that can.
That might be worth something, worth retrading after some grinding if it does let you do the chapters thing again.
Maybe.
I hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led. We need only wait till dawn. This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. Powerless against him.
Maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
Is that Lavos?
So you believe?
You saw the red star, right?
You really know?
Yes?
If what Barnabas said was true, then
You could have, you beat Ultima and Lavos comes down and you have to do the whole pushing square really hard to shove it back into space.
Not this game.
Yeah.
You know, really, if you think about it, Chrono Trigger presents a vastly bigger universe than they actually show you.
Yeah.
Because they kind of, they very vaguely explain Lavos in a way that's like, how big is the included universe here?
Oh yeah, yeah. that not only has he done this a lot of times, but he makes spawn every time that they go off and do this too. And
Yeah.
I've overused it.
How many other worlds have defeated Lavos?
What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so low. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
It's like I'm too angsty, no amount of boobs against my back can help.
I think they might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving, provided they want to be saved. You fight to survive. And you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
That without not getting laid.
Jill.
There it is again, damn it.
If this is what you want, then
Don't worry, Clive. It is.
This is the weirdest sex scene I've ever seen in a game.
Is it me or is her reaction more like, well, I'm fine with this, but I really thought we were about to have sex?
I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow,
I'm just waiting for Jill to be like, shh, stop talking.
they are all part of me.
So what we need is a Final Fantasy game where it's the opposite of like Final Fantasy VIII, where everybody's like, "Come on, Squall, talk to us." And I don't mean Titus, because in game people are mostly okay with Titus. I mean like the opposite of Squall and Nova, where he's always sharing like all the time and like all his emotions and everything, and people are like, "Come on, bro, stop."
It's like, homie, we're on a timer here.
Yeah.
If I'm to continue on, having pledged my life to those I love, then I will gladly bear your burdens too, until my last breath.
Clive.
There it is again. What is it with anime characters like, name?
Miss you, Jill.
The fuck? Who talks like that?
To escape this fate. Find a way to save each other.
It's like, yeah, my knees make me a little uncomfortable there, Jill.
Again,
One day look upon the moon again.
weirdest sex scene in a game ever.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
No, I didn't think they'd actually kiss. Now we have to pan away, that's a little much. Next it'll be hand holding. Unless she tried to get that going, but he was all like fisting, you know, doing the fist.
Yeah.
So, does all that scene really amount to do is now Jill's going to be less useful in combat?
Yes.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
Yes.
No.
What?
Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not.
So did you just happen to run into him? What's he up to?
No, we were chasing after him because he had Jill.
Oh, yeah.
But now it's just like,
Yeah.
there's no rush to kill him.
Drake's spine. The last mother crystal.
The Einherjar is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one. Ash will have to wait.
Where even are you at this point?
I'm not sure.
I literally, the way they were showing the ship in the background, I thought it was going to be one of those transition suit, and then they were picked up. Oh, okay.
I mean, it kind of was. Oh, that's where we were at.
Okay. The way they looked forward at, like, I was like, the reason I was talking about it was it's like, it's about to just walk off over that way and do some stuff. Nope. They're like, go home. Nowhere else is open. I'm not sure what ends up being more annoying to me, when they make you go home in a video game, or when going home is something you have to avoid sometimes because it'll make shit happen, like a battle or something you just can't deal with yet.
But it's tall, and then it's tall. I struggle to believe it myself. I see your uncle isn't with you. He stayed with the Enterprise. After our brush with the Einherjar, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle knows a shipwright in Randalar. We're to join him there when we're ready to sail for Ash.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, the place was still overrun with Akashic.
Show me a city where that isn't true. Ultima's plague is spreading.
We're running out of time, aren't we? We've done our best to shore up the hideaway. I doubt a few planks will stop what's coming. Still,
I know it's just the way things are in games and fiction and stuff, but I was just thinking of, like, why are they hostile if, like, I guess, what if they are, like, just doing, you know, Ultima's will, why, like, go into villages and try to kill everybody? Why not just, like, hang around and wait for them to get it, or drag them out to give them it, or, you know, like, bring them near some crystal dust or something? I mean, do you think they'd be walking into town, like, sprinkling it on people instead of trying to, like, hit them with stuff? But
I may have more
So you need, what, like 105 more points?
Yeah, I don't know.
Considering not worrying about it.
We're gonna at least pick these up, because I don't know where it's gonna send me next.
Come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of Pepio nuts and all.
The stew's
So, what'll it be?
What's this? Ice brand.
No scratches, right? Not bad, if I do say so myself. And
Like, a lot of the systems in this game, remember I was talking about Metroid Dread, it's like, I look forward to someday playing it when I really know what I'm doing in it. Like,
good. You seem. It's all
this is a game where it's like, I really kind of itch to know how easy it is to come across some of this stuff, and how much of it's like, well, you get it at this story point, or, you know, well, you don't have to, you can grind it out here, or, you know.
Yeah. I can buy a lot of this stuff from the shop.
Oh, the materials and stuff?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Karen sells them, but I'm not spending money on that. I'll just have shit gear and make it work.
Well, I noticed this game's pretty good about giving you enough of the making stuff that you can definitely get by with it.
Yeah.
Sid, do you recall the... Vaguely. I'm afraid so. I fear the soil here. However, I believe...
I can't wait.
I'm going to map Morbles, I believe. The endeavor I...
I'm gonna kill Morbles. Dig it.
That is correct. As for them, why...
How timely.
Is the music here different than it was before?
I think it might be.
Have you tried Molly's lemon
Yeah, it is.
It's still really chill and stuff, but it's like, definitely...
It seems mildly more urgent,
blasted book?
or more, because like a desperate feeling to. I don't know how to really describe it.
Get me out of it. I need a hand with a recipe.
Are you sure it's me?
I'm all... You remember? So I thought...
It wasn't.
Yeah, but this is
I've never been so.
a fry. Recipes only.
Yvonne said that.
Ah, kindly old...
Fine. And if it.
You do that.
This is making me think of the wall of unnecessary text with every quest in Warcraft, or World of Warcraft.
Dude, don't even get me fucking started.
You mean since it was, I'm not exaggerating, it was just literal, you can make a wall out of it. Thing of
There's like a
text.
block of
Yeah.
text for every fucking quest in the game, and it's just like, nobody read this bullshit.
Yeah.
You know who read that bullshit? The people on the RP servers.
Yeah.
That's who fucking read it.
To teach the little ones about weight, and shortly after the lesson,
I wonder how, like, it makes me wonder with stuff like that
the
when,
first thought was that they'd take
like,
it
let's say
off.
someone made a pen and paper version of World of Warcraft. I know they probably did at this point, but I'm just saying,
They
like,
have.
Thank you.
and they were like, well, we gotta get these quest references right and stuff, because, you know, there's all this lore in each quest, people gotta know all this stuff, and I was like, no. It's more like, come on, tell me you get the thing so I can come back and give you the thing.
I'll tell you what we need to get our hands on. There is a D20 Diablo game.
Ah!
About the book, you know.
Yeah, I have the PDF for that somewhere. I remember one of my cousins had the actual book and like box set and stuff for the back in the day, but something I found out recently is at the same time they also released a second edition version, and I'm kind of wonder what that's like. Just because as contrived as the things are to make it work in third edition definitely lends itself more to being Diablo 2 like, I think.
I have a few new notes.
You know what I mean?
That might interest you.
There are some items from it. I wonder how well they'd work out balance-wise in normal third edition. Like, mana potions give you back spell slots.
For me, I should be happy to answer it.
Like, do you think that would be overpowered in normal third edition?
There's actually rules for that in Unearthed Arcana.
Oh.
Switching the slots over to MP.
No, I'm just talking about it still uses spell slots in the Diablo thing, spells per day and stuff like. But the amount you get and enemies get is funky. It's definitely this is Diablo 2 because it's like you could play the game with the standard classes, but it gives you ones and the monsters. It's interesting because I could see looking at the monsters just in their base stats being like, wow, they're like this or that powerful, but you can really tell through the challenge ratings, and it kind of plays out better than you might think. Because I messed around with it a little bit.
Yeah.
Just not actually sitting and playing a game of it, just like... I mean, technically, I did play, like, the first adventure from the box set way back in the day, run by, like, you know, a 10-year-old. But I'm not saying he did a bad job, but you know what I mean. It was... just, you know, we're literally just playing the board game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But, I mean, this is a kid who, like, have you ever played the game Dungeon?
No.
Well, all it really is trying to get over a certain gold point amount and back to the entrance and you win. And, you know, of course, dying, you lose all your money and stuff, and there's different floors, and it's a really simple game. But at one point, to extend play in it, I made a system for being able to level up, and it would improve your character's chances to do things. Basically, just win combat. And after I did that, I went to sleep that night, and I got up the next day, and he stayed up all night playing by himself, getting to max level. In this, you know, like...
Wow.
Yeah. I think we also ended up making rules for, like, stuff you could buy with the money or whatever. Because, like, it's a super simple game. Money is just a goal, you know, a win threshold, you know what I mean? Like,
you know what I kind of miss playing? Josh had this old D&D board game.
It's the one he made?
Sort of. And then he used it as, like, the basis for, like, a Dragon Warrior game.
Okay, I remember that. I guess I never actually saw the game. That was the foundation of it.
It was an old Dungeons and Dragons board game. Yeah.
Out of your studies, I
I've
see.
been thinking of making something like that recently.
But we didn't just like
Miss Middleton.
that's Miss
If I do, I don't know if I'm gonna make my own map or like go like find a loose you know, map from Dungeon or something like that, or a couple different games. There's
You've good thinking.
I've been kind of thinking of something like, do you think you would play a game, like, do you think you'd ever play...
There's rules for the 4th and 5th edition, and I want to say it's... No, there's no, I don't think there's anything 4th and 3rd edition, or at least nothing in the books.
There's definitely that stuff in 1st edition, and it lays out, you know, like, even map generation and stuff. They have that in 3rd too, right? Where you start in the middle of the map and you roll, like, rooms that come off of it or whatever.
Yep.
I do want to play that way at some point.
Castle Ravenloft, that does that.
Ah,
you move to... So, okay, in the board game Castle Ravenloft, you have a character. It's like a pre-made character.
Okay.
But you could easily modify the rules to do a D&D campaign with this.
And the arms go on the body.
And every time you get to the edge of a tile,
If you're a chocobo.
you pull one from the top of a stack
By the chain.
and place it
yeah.
there.
Very good.
And then every tile has an encounter on it that you have to deal with.
Ah.
All finished.
Okay.
It's pretty neat.
I made a game kind of like that way back in the day, where like it was basically a randomly generated overworld with, you know, set piece dungeons if you found them, or like there's a sword and a stone on this one if you happen to get that one out and put it on the map, you know what I mean? But it was map pieces, and I had a little basket that I had them, you know, on, and you put them on the squares of the map and stuff. The combat system of it was super simple, and it worked, but it was a little like... it was kind of like the original Dragon Warrior, where there's either you're getting beat up, you're evenly matched, it can go either way, or you're like beating them up.
Yeah.
But, you know...
With Canva in the hands of a Kashik.
Here, Sid. Reckon let's well have probation.
But you know, I have come to appreciate over the decades that, like, Dungeons & Dragons is a combat system based on everyone misses more often than they hits, at least initially.
Yeah.
And I have found in game development that that is a much easier system to deal with than one where everyone's more inclined to hit all the time. Because, like, imagine if at the early levels of Dungeons & Dragons the hit-to-miss ratio was inverted. How fast a lot of battles would go, and how many party resets you'd have to do.
Goodness. So much walking, so much talking.
Covered in nicks and lumps.
Come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of Papio nuts and all.
Man, that guy has said that like 5 times
I
now.
spoke with the along with Wally.
I'm not sure where they originally showed up, but
No, but people.
maybe they were something you gave chocobos for breeding in 7 or something. But what I think of when I think of them is in 9, they're the thing that every time you deliver mail from Moogles, eventually you start getting one. And there's this one you can go and feed them to, and he gives you stuff for it.
Hmm.
Of course, one of the more notable things he gives you is essentially a useless but hard to collect item. There's a whole set of equipment. There's enough for everybody that it's all equipment that pluses you by nothing. And one of the pieces of it, like, if you only have enough for the whole party, if you get it from him.
Hmm.
How are you feeling, Joshua?
Better than I was.
But not nearly as well as you should be. Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
And what would you have had me do? It was no ordinary foe we faced. It was the Warden of Darkness. Yet still, it was not enough. The king could have ended me at any moment, but instead chose to toy with me like a curl does a mouse.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas.
All I'm saying is that they could have done the fusion dance.
Ill-spoken.
It worked against Bahamut.
I have never felt so powerless, and when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps the prince feels the same.
And now we cut to the prince.
Wow.
Nameless slums. Oh, what other kind are there?
What is this place?
It's a good question.
Don't move.
And even if he did, I don't think he's doing it very quick. See how wrapped up this dude is?
Yeah.
Here, it's fresh from the well. Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
The fiend works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand then, Ultima?
Yes.
No, not you.
Yes, it was.
This
What?
is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear.
Or you could do that to yourself. That's cool.
I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them.
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there.
Yeah, you could have. I mean, it's a good thing she didn't. I'm not trying to, like, discourage that. I'm just saying, like, no, that was an option. I mean, the Hippocratic Oath is not a thing here. And
You're going
it's
then?
basically not a thing here.
Of course. I'm here
Hey,
to...
what's up?
Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
They haven't shown him fighting as a man, have they?
I don't remember. They probably have.
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
Telling you, Lavos.
That'll be the ending. Lavos shows up.
Perhaps he can find an answer. You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you.
You would be
will
correct.
Take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the Enterprise. All depends on where we're putting into port, mind.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Because we will be.
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might know of one.
The Professor! I'll go and tell you come in.
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come by in Ash.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
No. What?
It says, right?
I do, but I think it's bullshit. How dare they restrict my quest advancement, damn it. Well, fine, be that way,
It's
jerks.
the first time they've done that, right?
Yeah, it is.
I was
This
wondering
game's
when you'd arrive.
jerks.
Please tell me
Just
you're going to
jerks.
take our young prodigy here off my hands.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens? Go on.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, we'll be setting out for Drake's Spine.
I mean, I guess that was a clever response.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated. We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
And tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters.
All right, if it will get you out of my hair. But interrupt me, and it's over. Understood? Barnabas Tham, the one they call the last king. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldamark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canva's streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible. and made bedfellows of beast men and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next.
Jesus
Then
Christ.
The Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped, and Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn.
Probably more visits.
Wow.
Wow, Clive just burned her pretty bad. What would genuine intelligence earn me? I don't know, more visits. Oh, man. Clive is cold as ice. Speaking of... So, yeah.
Covered in nicks and lumps.
I'm gonna do all of this walking and talking, and I'll be ready for another upgrade after it.
Well, did you solve the mystery?
It was as you thought. The children had the scales, or the parts of them at least. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might even have been her idea. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I shall see that the...
Please, there's no... She'd have them follow...
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the hideaway of late?
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill. One she was none too keen to swallow. But that should come as no surprise.
Which explains her end. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I.
Ah, you've given me...
Hey, I completed a quest without even leaving the hideaway.
Got you some enough.
Fuck yeah.
Mid said I could ride the Enterprise.
I have no reason to assume.
Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example. One that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, few have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so, you see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss. To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along. I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
I shall guard it with my life.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
If you please, Your Grace.
Sure is everyone in here.
My apologies.
You were literally in the room behind, like, you were literally right behind me. How were you late?
Where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave.
The Enterprise is conspicuous as fuck.
Yeah.
But like hell am I leaving anyone behind? The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise
My ear is bothering me.
target for royalists
I'm having that problem recently myself.
It's because we're wearing headphones all the time.
Yeah. It happens most in my left ear, but like, yeah. I think it's because that's the one I have covered the most. But like, no, sometimes I just have to like get in there and scratch. I almost feel like it's one of those things where there's more wax buildup because there's not enough like ventilation, you know, it kind of can't dry out and whisk away or anything, it just kind of...
Yeah.
I want to work before you go.
Of course.
I'm leaving now.
This is gonna be a love confession, isn't it?
I was gonna say, I've already done one of those this game.
Honestly, can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world. I'll hold you to that.
That was oddly threatening, Clive. You can probably finish those quests now. I'm not saying yes, I had to go off to places to do them, but there was one or two that it was like, you cannot complete this now.
Yeah. Oh, let's see here. Fuck, I gotta go back in here.
Covered in nicks and lumps,
You know, something I was just thinking about is how there's some games that are like really let you just like, I guess there on some games, especially some older ones, there's no point of no return for quests, and so like, you ever like basically had a game where you don't really do any of that stuff until you hit the end of the game? It's like, well, now time to do it all of it in one long go. Maybe not a long go. It can be kind of quick sometimes, but you know, like, yeah. Carrot, I knew that'd be in there somewhere.
The Whispering Waters, Rosaria. Okay. That's what I needed to know. Dang it, I hate when I have to do this. Okay. That might put me closer. Maybe. Yes, that puts me super close. Now I had to look back. I have to look these hunts up because I've got like other things to do with my life.
No, I get that. Like in 12, especially when I started the level, I never fully finished it where I was trying to do everything that the game considers doing something. And like, even without that, sometimes there are hunts or things like that in that game that like, I have to look it up. I tried. I spent hours trying to find this thing, you know what I mean? Of course, I don't know, something else that is sometimes harder to find is rare monsters that have various values and uses, especially if you're trying to fill out the bestiary, but like, of course, you know, the example of bestiary getting ridiculous in that is, there's, like, type of enemy in that are, I guess their general type is Mandragora, but in that they're little like plant men or whatever. I don't know a better way to describe them. I mean, they're basically little bulbs with like, you know, little torsos underneath them marching around and stuff. Usually they're not hostile, sometimes they are. Depends on the region you're in or the type and whatnot. But anyway, there's a boss of them that's the Mandragora royalty. It's like the prince, king, queen, pumpkin star, and I don't know what the other one is. It might be like death root or something like that. I don't know what it's called, but like, but they're a boss in the game, and they're definitely a tricky boss. They're not the hardest one, but they're kind of one you have to be prepared for. But beating them doesn't necessarily fully get their entry, because like a lot of enemies, you have to kill them a certain number of times before you fully have, like, just killing them once will get their entry, but like killing them enough times will get like, not only will it complete it for the purposes of completion, but it'll open up some like lore bit about the game, world, or something like that. And to kill enough of them to complete their entry, late in the game, there is this area where if you kill all the monsters fast enough on the two screens where there's no monsters and you go to where they'll show up. And it's a much, much harder version of the boss fight. And you have to do it like 10 times to get their entry fully done. It's like, man, that was one of the few things I didn't get done. I was like, I planned to eventually, but I was like, I don't really want to do this. Because it's not only a fight where there's like 5 small enemies running all over the place doing dangerous attacks and stuff, but it's a very, very status effect heavy fight. Notice Carrot is a quote-unquote pretty Marlboro. Carrot is actually what my initial thought was when that one chick was looking for her like pet slave or whatever.
Oh yeah.
It's usually when someone misplaced a pet in a Final Fantasy game, and you have to deal with it, it's Carrot. I want to say Carrot might have originally appeared, at least the original time I saw them, was in the original Tactics. I want to say there's 1 or 2 quests involving it that are those, like, jobs you get at towns, you know?
Yeah.
Which some of those, like, it's been a while since I've done them, but in, like, the last decade or so, I actually, like, went in and looked at what they talk about it in-game, because, you know, you have, like, a quest diary for that kind of stuff, and it's like, there's a surprising amount of, like, story to all these little adventures they do and stuff. But it kind of makes it hard to tell exactly how lore relevant it is. Of course, that's one of those Final Fantasies that's literally set in all Final Fantasy games, with, like, a bunch of the, like, you know, ruins and artifacts you find are references to other games, past and present, you know. I want to say you can, like, find stuff like, land, you know, certain continents or dungeons from early games, or like, I want to say you can find various kinds of materia, stuff like that.
Oh shit, I was trying to just dodge through it and I couldn't. Here we go.
This intense music and everything, I was thinking, and then Clive slowly listened to the side to evade the attack.
I didn't catch that he would say their name occasionally.
Wow, he likes that jump attack. It's giving me good opportunities to dodge, though.
I really wish there was something else I could do while doing this.
You know, this is like an attack that would be a little more well suited in a game where you could tell your allies to like pressure the enemy for a minute or something like that, you know what I mean? Like,
Give commands.
Yeah, if you like, go all out attack, and then while you do that, you know. Wow. This thing's slippery. There you go.
Yes! Ba-ba-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. The music doesn't play enough in this game.
Yeah.
That was definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard.
I'm thinking this will improve my potions somehow.
Ah. I guess that was something accomplished by another quest by this guy, wasn't it?
Yeah. If I did all that for no potion bonus, well, fuck this game.
Oh.
Mm-mm. Yeah. I panicked. I really hope, I don't know, my screen occasionally goes black, and I'm kind of hoping that's not my PS5 going out.
Can't help but notice that your satchel is
No,
twitching
it is
in a most
concerning.
violent manner.
I don't know. I have a job. PS5s aren't rare.
Amazing specimen. When?
At least, you know, they were a little more rare whenever I bought mine. Not so much now.
I remember for a while they were like almost impossible to get.
Well, they were impossible to get at retail. They weren't necessarily impossible to get secondhand.
Just as I hoped.
How bad was the markup at that point?
When I bought one, they were retailing still, I think, for like $500. I paid $6. That's when I bought mine, and I did have to get it from a scalper because I couldn't find one anywhere.
You've saved us. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you before?
What?
It took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. Would you believe? Its potency has nearly doubled.
Sounds
You
like
must
it's going
accept
your
this
way.
vial as thanks for your assistance. The rest, I shall give to Talia.
Getting close. One more renown.
Consumable potency.
Maximized, huh?
cool. Dig it. That was worth it. And it's about to be more worth it. Because I just need to do one more thing. I know where King Flan is. I can kill him for what I need. That'll be quick. So I'm pretty sure I know where he is.
Nothing else is on one of your maps somewhere.
Yeah. I think this will put me close to him. If not, you know. No. But he's right there.
Shouldn't be too hard to get to. There's non-stop dragons between here and
there. Be so upset. I'm like, come on. It's like I just want this game to cut me like a minor break. Just every once in a while. It doesn't have to be all the time, just, you know, occasionally. Nice.
Well.
Let's go straight. Okay. But I want that item. That item that's probably nothing. Ooh, I didn't get potions.
What was the game?
Ah, but I just there.
What was the game where you could find piles of nothing?
Well, you kind of did that in Diablo sometimes. You'd open up chests, there'd be nothing in them. I don't know if that's quite what you mean.
Well, I mean more kind of like how, I guess, these are straight up, there's an item here indicated, but if you pick one up, there'd be nothing. Or like, something like, in Daggerfall, when an enemy dies or there's just treasure on the ground or whatever, there's a couple different ways it can look, but it just looks like a random pile of stuff, and what's in it doesn't necessarily represent what it looks like it is, you know? It's just a treasure pile. But I've never come across a treasure pile of nothing in that, because due to its nature, there kind of has to be something there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. Probably one of those obscure things that we haven't played enough to like remember or something. Like, I vaguely remember the idea in some game. Finding stuff kind of like those little indicators you're finding, and sometimes it just literally being nothing. I might just be thinking of games like Baldur's Gate or Fallout where like there's a lot of empty containers, because like, yeah, well, it makes sense, you know. I know it happens a little less in like stuff like Elder Scrolls, because they're pretty good at putting the mundane crap everywhere it needs to be, but it's funny how there's different perspectives on the piddly crap that's in people's house, and like, you know, let's say Fallout 3, you go around and find a bunch of just quote-unquote worthless crap in everyone's house. It's like, well, what do you mean worthless? Is it tradable? Does it have a monetary value? And then it's like, you know, it's funny because there's stuff like tin cans. It's easy to be like, oh, they're totally useless. They're everywhere all the time. It's like, yeah, you don't feel that way when you start making bombs out of them. It's like, where are all the tin cans? Or you find a bunch. It's like, I hit the motherland.
Okay, so in Fallout 4, I would always wire up Sanctuary. Like, just light it up all over the place.
Okay.
And I could never find enough copper. that was just something like there was not enough of it in the world.
Yeah. Is that your only option for wiring?
It was a common component in like light bulbs.
Ah. Yeah, it's interesting how there's some kind of misnomers about some things. It's like, I kind of like how, okay, granted, copper is more rare than iron, but that doesn't mean it's rare. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, hell, in a, you know, like a world where you're scavenging buildings, you'd actually probably find more copper than you might think. Most of the metal you'd find would be wiring and pipes.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, that single potion healed a lot. Ooh. Oh, 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 oh! Oh shit. I can't dodge through stone.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yes!
Oh.
Thank you.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is. Save your quiver quip for later, Clive. There's a lot of C's there.
Covered in nicks
Actually,
and lumps.
quip is spelled with a Q, isn't it?
Yes.
Well then.
It was a lot of soft C sounds, though.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Here you are. Come again.
Okay.
I may have more.
I don't think I can improve my healing anymore. I don't think. Jesus. Wait a minute.
Oh wait, is that just high potions? The other one's just potions? Ah, so one increases potions by 40 and the other one high potions by 25. Interesting.
Oh yeah.
Stop my healing now.
Clive. Coin purse weighing you down?
I may go through and just like buy all of the accessories and armors one day, but that day is not today.
Find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
So you can buy all this shit for craftings.
Okay.
Some of the shit I've got like tons of.
Yeah.
I'll be thankful you got that much. You got out else? I reckon I can find a buyer. Finished, are you? The stew's awful.
What do I owe the honour? So, will it be?
Oh.
So that this massive I need to make out what I see. Notice it uses the Scarelight though. I know you were kind of hoarding that for something.
Apparently not this.
Oh yeah. I remember that being a very important item to get a hold of in 12 for making some of the good stuff. And like, I remember it not being easy to come by. Stained loincloth. You had one of those at one point, I want to say.
No, I don't have one now.
I don't know if you've ever had any orichalcum though. That's how you pronounce it, right?
Your guess is as good as mine. Well, I'm not going to be getting that.
I used to pronounce it more like orichalcium or orichalcum, but I think it's orichalcum, but I could be wrong. Isn't that supposed to be... Isn't that the material that they would make in Atlantis? Wouldn't it like a reddish metal or something like that, according to legend or, you know?
I am not all that sure, to be honest.
Okay.
Really?
How differently do you think? And I know this is just an aspect of games. It's like it's easy to be like, well, I should have invested in this, but it's like, well, that wasn't practical at the time. But how, if you had started out with, I know that there's one you don't have, but like if you had started out with all this stuff from what you have so far, what do you think you would have invested in and not invested in?
Based on how it's set up, I think I would have invested just the same.
Okay.
No, do you mean abilities or? Yeah, I would probably be about the same because once you get like the main inner circle done, you have everything that really matters. Everything is just kind of like boosting other shit. I might try different abilities, but that'd probably be about it. But like, there's a couple of them that seem like they would be really great, but very contextual.
Oh, yeah.
So like, there's the one with like where you can deflect shit back.
Yeah.
Well, I bet that's awesome, but I don't know that I fight a lot of shit where that would come up.
Yeah, yeah.
At least if I am, I've now fucking noticed it.
Icon, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Don't worry, Joshua. That's all I took.
Oh, she understood. Understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose? You knew damn well she'd never refuse you. But I will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
You're so selfish in your heroism, Clive.
Thought it was the right thing to do.
And you truly believe this will save you? Will save us all?
I do.
Then so be it.
I would not let Clive touch me if I had an icon.
Just don't forget. You're not alone.
I would look at him and be like, yo, bro, 6 feet. At all times. Don't even accidentally bump into me.
Did I miss something?
Only that Joshua didn't.
I don't get it.
Don't worry, Gav. We sat here through that entire conversation. We don't get it. And I get the joke that he was trying to make, but no.
Always wanted to visit Ash.
We're in Waluda territory now. Don't expect a warm welcome.
Oh, I don't know, Clive. That castle over there looks inviting enough.
Shall we sample its inhabitants' hospitality?
I totally want a vacation there.
Oh.
That makes me feel super accepted here.
Remember
Like,
what I said about
it's not imposing or anything.
Oh, this place is as dead as Grieger's ghost.
Ooh. Awesome.
I knew I smelled something.
I see only orcs and a Kashik here.
Let's hope the villagers made it out in time.
What do you think of Kashik are?
What's those like weird blue things I've been fighting?
No, okay, but they're also probably the villagers.
Oh. I missed what you were saying there. It took a minute for the last pony to cross the line.
Mm.
So, I have a better dodge now. Okay. I mean, this is neither good nor bad. Like, I didn't make me sit there and, like, stomp on him for an hour? How considerate. Oh, they don't have stamina or stagger meters. And don't get me wrong, it's cool that, you know, that they're peppering in enemies that require stagger. But, I don't know, I just kind of feel like they're more about padding time than a challenge. Trying to keep track of time. Ugh.
Time is it?
Only 7. Well, 7 something. Whoop, whoop. Whoop. Literally everyone but who I wanted to target.
You know, I've seen Final Fantasy games where you could use Protect and the enemy can't, but I think it's the first one I've seen where they could use it and you could not.
Well, if I can use it, I have not figured out how to use it.
Oh.
So, although I can't say that I've seen a window pop up that says, "Here's how you cast Protect."
Yeah, yeah.
Here's how you buff. Well, they leave the buffs to the potions, and I'm not using them.
Seems you were right about that welcome after all, Clive.
I'm not using the elixir either. God, I probably don't need to at this point. Yeah, maybe I should start using like the potions of strength or whatever on like the stagger enemies.
Yeah.
Game's probably balanced that it expects me to do that.
It talks like it expects you to use it. And this game is more set in its... I guess, you know, he's always going to basically essentially be the same build, just with different little variations, and so, like... Yeah, it probably just bounced around stuff like the potions, you know.
That is a lot of experience over there to get. Let's get to it.
That's no peace delegation. We should send a warning to the others.
No. My uncle will have an eye on the coast. I trust he'll find a way to entertain any uninvited guests. Our mark is Drake's Spine, and there's a lot of road between us and it.
Hell yeah, there is.
We press on to Stonehere.
This place is feeling very Mordorish.
It might not be a nest of slavering monsters.
That might be the idea.
I would feel like this place might be the source of the corruption. You know, the blight or whatever, because it has it the worst, and it's where Ultima seems to be like doing their thing. So like,
perhaps older.
I kind of wonder how like correlated they are. Or if it's just, you know.
All right.
Because part of the reason, what's it called? Not Nebradia, Rosaria might have been less affected. It's because it was so far away from Ash.
Sure about this? About leaving my brother on his own?
We'll see.
Of course.
There's a good chance none of what I just talked about would be explained one way or the other.
It probably won't. Why would it?
Yes, this is this game starting to make you miss villains monologues.
It makes me miss villains with like that just say what they're after. Like, okay, like Ultima's made it clear he wants Mythos, he wants my body, and it's only like sprinkling in, you know, the whys and the hows and all that other stuff, and I guess that's to entice me to keep playing.
I have to say, though, I'm really starting to question why he needs your body at all. And the only reason I say that is I don't know what he means by... I thought he meant reshaping the world in a literal, like, you know, the last Bible, let's literally reshape the nature of existence, even if we have to beat the previous soul of existence to do so, because things have turned out so great this time, you know, like...
Well, so they explain kind of in the last fight where Barnabas says that Clive's body doesn't have like the negative effects of the icons, but why Clive?
Well, I meant more like this what is Ultimate like? They seem to be accomplishing the whole orcs and Akashic being everywhere all the time, and everyone becoming them. Like,
now that is a good question.
You know how that light ball those guys spit at you? I'm pretty sure it's a Final Fantasy VII reference. Because you remember the Adamantoids said that their main attack was spitting light that falls at you. They'd like not only do it a bunch in addition to protecting the shell, but they would counter like everything you hurt them with it.
Yeah.
You know, if you ever run through Final Fantasy VII again, here's an idea for you. Since you can't use materia, there's no reason not to use the armor that the Adamantoids give you when you go to Wutai. And it's usually one grinds it out right next to Wutai itself, right?
Yeah.
But the beach you land on, or at least somewhere over right near it, you can run into them there. So you can get a bunch of them right before Yuffie takes all your materia, so that you can run through that part with, you know, really high defense. I told you that when I was streaming that part of the game, I had Eris with me in my party, and I was talking like, you know, she's gonna be a real liability in this part, you know, especially against the boss. And when I got to the boss, I had Vincent and Eris and Cloud, and it killed both Cloud and Vincent, and just Eris was left. And I used Seal Evil just as a, well, I might as well do something before I die. And it worked. It stopped the boss, and I was able to bring Cloud back and kill it with him. That makes me think of the Demon Wall was kind of a hard fight this time through because I didn't super prepare for it. But if you get Arist's best limit break and use it in that fight, it really makes it not a tough fight.
Eris's limit break, last limit break, doesn't make any, makes all the fights not tough.
Well, I partially bring it up with that fight because that fight is all about lots of damage really hard against you, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah?
And so it's almost like that fight was made to use her limit break on, you know?
Well, I mean, that's kind of like the chance to use it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Which I had one level. It's like, I'm going to use it against as many bosses as possible, which is not very many. And I used it against the Red Dragon, and then went and fought enemies to build it up again to use against the Demon Wall. If I, you know, do it nowadays where I have it before that point, I usually just use it against Demon Wall. But something that made this run a little unusual for what I usually do is I didn't do the early game grinding. That isn't so much to make me higher level as just to get some limit breaks early on.
Yeah.
And so I ran through the game at appropriate level, and I forgot there's a couple parts of the game where it actually gets kind of dangerous if you do that, you know? Like one that I usually like being a little too strong for before I get to it, just because is there's like grasshopper-like guys in the mountains behind the bell. They do a lot of, not only do they do a surprising amount of physical damage, but they do a lot of stun. See people just sitting there letting themselves get hit, not hitting back.
Wait, did I kill the turtle?
I don't know. Maybe
they killed the turtle.
Yeah.
No, wait. No,
Nope.
it's right there. God.
I thought it might have left the battle just because you kind of turned away from it and killed everything else. And these are some of the most turtle-like turtles I've looked in a Final Fantasy game in a while ago. Going Mario Brothers, man.
Oh, shit. I turned around and the turtle's gone. I was like, did they kill him? What the fuck?
That's better.
Jesus, that was a lot of healing from that.
Yeah. Oh. Look at those pot shots.
What? Oh, I bet it was because of the thing. You know, I was kind of wondering how long I could do that.
Did you stop or did you hit a limit?
I hit a limit.
This gives you a lot of time on it then.
Wow. Wow. What happened there? How come I...
I think you hit the sword.
Yeah, that's what I think happened with another attack that I did. Yep, that's what happened.
It's a consequence of games no longer, even if they don't look like it, truly being on a 2D plane, you know. This is actually a not 2D game, even if it doesn't always feel like it.
Yeah.
My question is, think of any game, like Final Fantasy 12, that's a 2D game, just with 3D graphics, you know what I mean? I know that technically there's above and lower places and stuff, but you know what I mean, like you could probably accomplish all of the maps with something like what they did with Resident Evil, or like even old Super Nintendo graphics, you know what I mean? I mean, they wouldn't look as good, but you could literally make the floor plans with it, you know what I mean? But in this game, there actually is up in the air and stuff like that. There is geometry, I mean. You know, you're not just walking on a... Well, okay, you know, like, kind of like how I was talking about, you've talked about this before, how Doom is 2D.
It is. You really only move along 2 axes.
Yeah. You know, but, you know, this game actually is just happening. I mean, it's kind of funny because games exist on various different planes conceptually, because it's like, despite everything we're talking about, all of it really is to create a 2D plane to show us all of this in, you know what I mean? Which really comes into focus when you look into the mechanics of like something like Resident Evil and how they run around on that map, you know.
Yeah, the first one for sure.
Like if you were like in one of those games, turned off collision and stuff, and just seeing how they're basically walking in invisible collisions on against a background, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you turn off all that stuff, like the pre-rendered backdrops become a lot more like of an obvious thing.
Yeah. I think I originally did that with Dino Crisis because I had a code to let you do it. It was kind of surreal. I hadn't really seen as much behind the curtain of that stuff when I did it. It's kind of like when you watch one of those videos about, like what we were talking about mirrors, where it's just a literal mirrored, they're not sprites, so like, what is a model? Yeah. Just, you know, literally hanging out on the side of somewhere you can see through. It's like, it's interesting, but it's also oddly haunting. You know what I mean? I don't want to say scary or anything like that, but kind of just...
Well, you know, there's a lot of people that are upset that we don't have, like, true mirrors in games, and, like, ray tracing, I think, is, like, a good start towards that, but I don't think people get that with increased graphical fidelity, it increases the issues with creating mirrors.
Well, also, okay, something I think people need to realize is that the combination of the fact that there is no light in video games and everything is made out of light in video games. And part of what I mean by that is, like, when I say there's no light, there's not light flying around in the world making it where you can see stuff. And what I mean about everything being made out of light is everything glows in video games, and darkness is just the absence of glowing. Yeah, if that makes any sense.
Okay, I'm running from that fight because I got him all the way to, like, death.
You know, I saw
and
it.
then he was just like, no, I have full health.
Yeah, I don't know how it happened, but I did see that happen.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm out.
Oh, Pyros, huh? I think they could instantly kill you. If you want to fuck up a party in Dungeons & Dragons, I can mess with some Pyros. But,
Fight ellipse early on. Like, super early on.
But, I remember in the first game, Pyralisks are more advanced versions of cockatrices. And they look a lot like they do in this. But the difference is a cockatrice has to hit you with its physical attack, and if it does, you get a chance to get turned to stone. Pyralisk has an ability called Gaze,
nope.
and if that hits you, instant death. So, because I don't know how they work in later editions, but I remember first and second edition, if Pyralisks got you with your attack, you might as well be fucking dead, because you basically burst into flame or something like that.
What the fuck? Where am I supposed to go? Over here, I guess?
Yeah, that seems like it.
Okay, yeah, there's a bridge here. I was like, well, that was leading me down, like, the river, and then I get to the end of the river, and it's just like, nope.
I've noticed that this is the fucked up lands. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of slimes tend to indicate that in Final Fantasy games. There's other reasons there can be a lot of slimes in a place. And sometimes they're just... Like, in Final Fantasy X, I think some of it has to do with its overall a messed up post-apocalyptic world, but, like, they're all over in that. They're just kind of creatures. But in, like, Final Fantasy XII... The Deadlands are full of slimes called Fubars. And that was the place that got magically nuked, so... I mean, that's one of the few games where I don't feel uncomfortable making that comparison, because, like, literally the day-affected nethicite... No, the manufactured nethicite. Maybe... No, I think it was the day-affected nethicite is literally basically magic nuclear bombs. Instead of radiation... Anything that survives it gets, warped by magic beyond recognition. Or becomes undead. So basically, it'd be like if you bombed a city and left behind abominations, slimes, and undead.
Damn it. They're all turned. There's nothing we can do.
Yes, there is. There is totally something we can do here. We can gain that experience.
These guys ever use magic users?
Maybe. Oh, is this all there is left?
See, you cut most of them in that initial, like, fire sprint or whatever it's called.
A question for later, Gap.
No. Okay.
Here they come! And come.
Shut up, experience.
You're part of the internet around?
Walud.
I think you misheard what I said. So what part of the internet are we on?
Oh. You said the map, my bad.
No. I just went with all the cum color.
Nice try.
Come on, let's get them all together. Come on.
Did so much damage.
He's like, I don't want any part of that.
I don't want to die here, Clive. Then don't.
That's all you gotta do is not die.
You can be a supportive friend, Clive.
There's a good boy.
No. Oh, shoot.
Well done,
Oh, shit.
It's over, Clive. Calm down.
I did just ran a whole lot of bullshit onto the field there.
Yeah. It's like, sorry, I was taking a piss.
I was reading my sports page.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta take a while and be painful when you're so covered in crystals. I mean, what is that, like, just pure kidney stones?
Of course it bloody isn't.
Come on, you can hit me. Ooh, shit. Oh, I don't have to hold it down. Okay.
Fine how.
Ah. Yes. Come on, charge me again. Whoa. Jesus Christ. But I got him.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. And I leveled up.
Cool.
See if I can get to 40, huh? Yes. But wait, there's more.
Gav. Gav! Don't tell me there's more of the bastards. Oh,
Was it a behemoth? No.
Better.
Have you come to watch, Odin?
Bound for Stonehead. Good. My master awaits you in the capital, though I cannot allow you to attend him in your present state.
And how are you going to stop us?
Why, with this!
Boned.
Yeah, summoning meteors.
Yes. Oh.
It's one big Gunger. Oh wait, he's using swords of revealing light. Yeah, swords of revealing light.
What did you do?
You just need to get Rufus to shoot it.
If the vessel would see the path opened, it has but to ask. I shall see that my master's prize is made presentable.
Shit! No!
Clive? Would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened? Oh, you've got to be. How are we supposed to get through that?
We seek an audience with the king. If His Majesty wants me to come and ask him, then that is exactly what I'll do.
What?
Before you go practicing your petition, we don't even know where the fucker went. How about we cool our heads and think this through, eh?
Thank you, Gav, for saying what a human would say.
Right. Maybe there's something here we can use.
Maybe it's this thing that it was pointing me at.
I thought we got them all.
So did I.
Let's walk into an unknown situation without our weapon drawn. Okay. In an immensely hostile land.
Yeah.
Please, no.
Miss. Whoa. Easy. Easy. We're not turned, alright?
What?
No dogs allowed.
Snoopy had to sit his ass outside.
Travelers.
Edda, forgive me for asking, but what went on here?
Is it not obvious?
Yeah.
It all started when the skies changed. The elders said it was the Arcane. One by one, people went mad. Minds taken by either. Till only I remained. By then, I was too far along to run. And then the night came. And I didn't know what to do.
And this, okay, is...
Just a story. Something our grandparents told us when we misbehaved. And how the heavens would grow dark before the land took her last breath.
Well,
You said the others went mad. But where did they go?
we didn't kill them? Who were those people that we killed?
Weren't those the soldiers you were saying showed up, as opposed to the townsfolk?
Maybe. But I guess I would have just figured they were kind of all like one and the same.
No, I get that, but like, I'm trying to dissect what they're talking about. I think that's what they mean. I could be wrong.
I'm sure that's what they mean. You know what I lost track of?
Thinking he did this.
I totally missed what happened to Joshua.
Who else could it be?
Yeah?
You were in Canberra. You saw what he did to the people.
Like, he was there with me,
How come her nut hasn't cracked?
going down, like, the riverbed? Like, right after he, like, socked me in the face? And when I got to the end,
It won't matter what it is once
he wasn't there.
magic takes hold. Time's running.
And yeah. I really noticed that he wasn't there whenever I started that fight, because I just kind of figured his AI is probably caught on something, but his AI is not caught on something 10 rooms back.
Yeah.
So there was something said, I just missed it. Ah,
It's the same as Phoenix Gate.
okay, I guess he left to go find a temple. He probably said something, but I
yeah.
probably missed it. I knew that was going to be a thing, but I kind of thought we'd do that as, like, the team. Silly me, sticking together in a place like this. You know, by the end of the game, something will have been explained in a way that makes sense as to why people should treat like dominants and bearers like second-class citizens.
It's complete.
So I thought he was about to take out a camera or a phone or something. That click.
You know, they do that in Zelda.
Oh, yeah.
That's what the Sheik 2 device is. Well, it's a Switch, but it's a Switch with a camera on it.
Where is the fiend? By the founder.
What's going on here, buddy?
Well, maybe he shouldn't have walked into the church if somebody was trying to contain himself.
So that's what you want, isn't it, Ultima?
I mean, I too would like you to do the fusion dance more often in giant kaiju battles. That was pretty awesome, I'm not gonna lie. Fighting Bahamut was a pretty awesome fight. It's kind of odd at times, but it was still pretty awesome. It wasn't as weird as the Titan fight.
Do this alone. If I don't return, you're to find Joshua and make for the Enterprise. Understood?
Joshua punched him for nothing.
No shit! I must do this alone. Clive, buddy.
Don't you go dying on me. Sid's name suits your miserable mug better than mine.
It's like only my dog can die with me.
Don't worry. I haven't finished with it yet.
I think there's a shop here.
I would assume not, but... Once again, I had to think about it because I looked at that, this decrepit town. I was like, I don't know, maybe there's a wandering merchant.
Okay. I was just not sure how I was supposed to get to where it was wanting me to go for a minute.
If Barnabas is controlling the Akashic, then wherever he goes, they'll follow. And so will I.
You tell him, Clive.
Huh.
That was... okay. Nope, I thought that would be quicker. It is not.
I do have a feeling that little, basket for it came from them designing it, and basically whoever designed the door decided to take it and throw it down, and someone's like, whoa, Clive's not that kind of character. It's like, well, what do we have him do? We can't just, like, take that much time about it. I don't mean designing it, but, you know, like, going through the door.
Animating it.
Yeah. And, like, that's what they came up with? That's my guess. That was one of the oddest things I've seen in a long time in a game.
It was kind of a bit of a janky animation. Why did it go for the one that's furthest away first?
I wonder how much they plan for you to kind of zoom between enemies, not really focusing in on them. I'm not saying that's how you should do it, I just, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just trying to rationalize something that's not great design.
You know what, we'll give that a try. Because I have been kind of like more focus fire on like one target.
That's probably what I do, you know? I mean, I learned a long time ago that that's how you win Final Fantasy fights.
It does seem the optimal strategy.
I can feel it. But now's not the time.
Well, I guess we'll do this quest later. You know, I will say when it comes to game design, what just happened there, the danger of it is the player never coming back for whatever reason.
Like I likely won't.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. It's like you're trying to cruise to the end at this point, and like that's you probably would have done whatever that was if it was available to you now. But being like, no, you can't do this. I'm not saying everything should always be available. I mean, that's an extreme that can have its own problems, but
that's probably a hunt.
Ah.
If I had to guess.
Yeah? Maybe that's where, like, Omega is or something? I would say because these are, like, fallen runes, right?
Maybe.
So that makes me think of, even though it wasn't straight up Omega, there's something like Omega even in the first game. Because, there's the part where you fight robots and stuff. They're not the most common enemy there, but they're around. But then there's the one called War Mech that is like a random encounter super boss. He's different than later super bosses. It's more that he's just super deadly. I'm not saying he's not tough at all, but like...
Let's try.
That's something I have to say that I've been a little disappointed in the Skyward Sword and later in Zelda. Not that it's a big problem or anything, but I'm disappointed that they added the whole ancient technology to, like, I guess ancient advanced technology to the world of it, because that's one of the few that didn't have that going on. There was ancient magic and stuff, but, it wasn't like, there used to be robots.
Let's try.
I'm not opposed to that. I mean, the Final Fantasy games heavily dive into that ever since the first one. But, the only... Like, I want to say that that's where you fight Tiamat in the first one is, in the ancient super high advanced technology city. It's not the only ancient city in that game, but... Of course, that game... You remember the ancient city of Atlanta?
And the first one?
In Futurama.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There is essentially that backstory to a group in that game. I want to say basically people who ended up underwater, so they turned into mermaids, and then they have some descendants on land who turn back into people if they moved on the land long enough. But as in, like, well, we evolved to do that. And it's like, well, that's not exactly how evolution works. That's interesting. Because that makes me think of there's a lot of the old sci-fi stuff that, like, seems silly now, but back when we really didn't know how stuff worked, probably didn't seem as out there. Like, I always think it's weird in really old science fiction when stuff like plastic surgery or genetic engineering or brain surgery wears off eventually.
Okay, I got one for you. Do you know how they've traveled faster than light in the pilot episode of Star Trek?
Okay, yeah.
No, you do?
That was...
So, in, like, the pilot, it's not warp engines.
It's faster than light travel?
It's faster than light travel, it's not warp engines. They broke the time barrier.
Oh.
That is the line. Because they come up on a planet with some people that are like, how did you get here so fast? Oh, well, we broke the time barrier. What?
But, I mean, I guess, I forgot that was so much of a plot point in that, I guess, but I wasn't surprised by it because aren't there various levels of warp multiplications of light speed or whatever? I mean, I do have a story very similar in Star Trek I could tell about what you're talking about.
So it depends on which series it is. Because there's series where it is and there's series where it isn't.
Okay. Because, like, I know that there's once or twice in the original show they talk about the possibilities and what would happen, and then in the Next Generation they're going faster than what they were in that, but then there's also an episode of that where they go so fast that, like, it transcends normal reality because they have a godlike being around with them, but then in later Star Trek they go that faster, and it's just, yeah, like, whatever. And don't they have something similar happen in, when there's an episode where they're like, well, if you go too fast, you travel everywhere and evolve into, like, I don't know, some kind of amphibian.
Yes. Okay, so in the series finale of Star Trek Next Generation, Picard is on a ship that travels like Warp 13.
Okay.
Because they'd figured it out. They figured out how to make the engines that much more efficient in however many years. Okay, by Voyager, suddenly that was impossible.
Yeah.
Anything beyond Warp 10 was just dangerous.
So the only thing that could reasonably get back home... Oh, we can't do that. You know, it's funny how often writing yourself into the corner really doesn't have to happen. And I know it can feel like it has to happen, but it's like...
Covered in nicks and lumps.
Well, I don't think people just realize how much you can do anything in fiction. Like,
I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Is everything
we could make a war movie where it's not like, you know, tongue-in-cheek or irreverent, but also where nobody in it ever talks about war or fighting or killing.
Yeah.
That sounds odd, but you could do it, and you could do it in a way where people might not even notice you did it.
Yeah. All right. This is a good point for me to take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I'm not going to disconnect anything, but...
Okay.
Years. I had to go procure some items and take care of something. Alright, back to it. What time is it? I got probably like another hour here, right? Yeah, I do. Take it.
Whoa.
Okay, there it is. Okay, there we go.
It wasn't like it's syncing up with it, or was it?
No, it shouldn't have been.
Okay.
You know, that might be it, actually. My phone might be trying to do like the cast thing. I don't need to do that. Why did I do that? Okay. Good God. Where am I headed?
It's definitely somewhere at the, what do they call it, wastes or whatever?
The blight.
Yeah.
I've come for you, Barnabas.
Okay, so I'll get Odin before I go for the last Mother Crystal, I guess. Maybe? I don't know. That seems really quick.
Stay close.
Yeah.
To get like another icon. I am assuming that I'm in the final stretch of the game here.
This place is like that place you went in early on where it took like the Phoenix power to do it or whatever, isn't it?
Hmm.
It's that kind of door, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm gonna fight Odin.
The tower. It's alive. More echoes of the fallen. They seem to feed on ether. But there shouldn't be any here.
I had to come back around for the other one.
Bloody fallen. Why do all their floors seem to have a mind of their own?
I don't know. A lot of people wanted to use the elevator at once. What do you want, Clive? Ah. Well, I got one of them. Okay. Just want to make sure there wasn't anything... Oop, I see an item through there.
You know, it's funny, I was just thinking I was gonna make I can't remember if it's Mega Man X5 or 6, but there's a enemy in it. I don't know how you pronounce it, I don't remember, but it's like Infinity Ninjian or something like that.
Wow.
And it's just a weird translation. He's supposed to be called Infinity 3, and I tended to call him that just out of happenstance, but like, I guess, not happenstance, but just, it feels better in the mind to file it that way than it does what his actual name is, especially since I don't even know how to actually pronounce it. And it's kind of one of those things that sometimes I have to remind myself that that's not what he's officially called, and like, kind of that I don't want to sound like I'm being that way about it, because I'm very much not that way about a lot of stuff. It's just, that's what I think of it in my head, you know what I mean? But that attack he did really made me think of one of his attacks. Where you're just putting all that stuff out into the air.
That's better.
Damn it. I just have to literally brain the apocalypse on motherfuckers to kill them.
Concerned for a second you're gonna go right off the edge.
But only for a second, right?
Yeah. You know, something I was just thinking about. So I was thinking about kind of the origins of slimes as monsters in games, and I was thinking about how, like, There's a lot of dangerous slime type stuff in Dungeons and Dragons, but something I think is interesting about one of the ones, Black Pudding, although is considered to be one of the top most dangerous ones, and something that makes them interesting is all that really makes them dangerous is, I mean, I guess there's a couple other things, but it's mostly that they just do tons of damage. You know, like, they don't poison you or stun you or anything like that. They just do so much damage that it's like, unless you're high level, how could you possibly survive it? Of course, also, I guess they're one of those creatures that if they kill you, that means you've been, you know, solved by a slime. I mean, the only reason I think green slimes end up being more dangerous than black puddings is because of their whole just instantly turning you into green clothes. I guess green slime.
I was gonna say, I love Green Jelly. It's an awesome band.
Yeah, there was something, I don't remember if they did a game again or something like that, but I remember, like, I don't know, some of my time within the last 10 years, we kind of popping back up again. I can't remember why. But I didn't remember liking their music. Of course, I was originally aware of them just because of that Spider-Man game. But
you know, a lot of people are only aware of them because of that Spider-Man game.
I remember for the time though having, like, it would be like, oh, this is some funky music. It's in like, you know, it's got some funk on it.
Mob Rules is in the game.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of funny that a Black Sabbath song is in a Spider-Man game.
Need to listen to that soundtrack later.
All of those songs are on like 333. It's the Green Jelly album that they're all on.
Okay.
Or 333, I don't know if it's, I know it's supposed to kind of be like a joke on 666.
Oh, they're only half as evil as that.
Yeah.
If I were Barnabas, where would I be? The top. So I could look down on the world.
It would be kind of nice to go through this dungeon not by myself.
What was it even doing? I thought it was fighting Torgal over there, but Torgal was standing over behind it.
Yeah, and Targo was just like, I'm not gonna do nothing.
I mean, he was like, look, it's punching a corner. Yeah, he's one of those guys. Maybe he won't come out of the wall.
Enough of you, are there?
Were they on coffee break or something?
I guess.
You know, I was thinking about what bombs would be in 3rd edition now. I guess probably they'd ultimately be elementals, maybe outsiders, but like, I realized that a category of monsters that's not in that game is spirits.
Hmm.
They tend to be most often described as either spirits or demons when they're described. I mean, you know, that's not always what they're described as, but I know sometimes they're literally some other kind of thing. Like I think in this and in 12, there's some kind of artifice that probably involves fire spirits or something like that, but you know, they're a made thing. You notice they're almost always in fallen places in this. And whenever you kill them, that little ball falls out of the middle of them.
That's not true. Not all of them. There have been some out in the world.
Oh, okay.
God, where's the top of this stupid thing? No, the Fallen are just like, the shit's not tall enough.
Mm-hmm. Of course, I was thinking about how in 12, the Bomb King in that is kind of a how well do you know the game check. Well, it might sound odd. He's an optional boss, opens up like a rather extreme high-level area. It's not the highest level area, but it's pretty high up there. It's got the highest level shop, stuff like that. But it, oh.
Well,
Soul Taker, huh?
Though I expect it'll fall like all the rest.
But, it's one of those bosses where, like, first time you go through the game and you first can encounter him, you almost certainly just can't beat him, and you could even be like, man, how can I even come back and be strong enough to? Maybe you come back at the end of the game and you're like, wow, he's still kind of kicking my ass, but like, if you really know what you're doing in that game, you can beat him the first time you show up to where he is, you know? You don't really want to go over that way, because there's even more dangerous stuff over there, but, I mean, it isn't a bad idea to put him as a gate before it, because it's like, you can't deal with him. You kind of can't deal with some of the random encounters over there.
Hmm.
Another one reason to want to run in there is, I feel like it's different now. One of the things they changed to make the game less bogus is the way you acquire Zodiac spears, but like, one of the reasons to want to go in there as early as you possibly can is that's where you can get the strongest weapon in the original version of the game. If you met the requirements.
Aww. Seriously, I have to rain the end of the world down on fools to kill them.
Oh, for this Jake. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, damn, I didn't mean to do it that soon. Haha. Bum 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 bum.
I noticed he was the same type of enemy as the Undertaker.
Yeah. I needed that potion. Actually, I need high potions. Is it gonna be a high potion? No. High potion? Yeah. I just need 2 more of those.
You know what to do, boy.
I may have gone a little too hard on him there at the end.
Yeah.
Whatever. I gotta go this way, and then I bet I gotta go this way, so that I can go that way.
Oh, yeah. A lot of build-up. Is there going to be a slime or a lich in here? Oh, it's an elevator.
Okay. Well, I kind of didn't expect an elevator. Okay.
Well. As soon as I expected it's Clyde to be smoking a cigarette, it's like, man, it's taking a while. Did that orb just scream at you?
Yes, it did. That's not what I would have thought that thing was going to do.
Yeah.
If I jump, it takes me out of it? What? Ah!
Attack throw as opposed to an out throw. Whoa. Is this a Contra boss?
Shit, I've already done all the things that press the attack. Oh wait, I still have this. I cut it in half.
Is that a different than the way it was already bisected? Like, you should have seen it fall down like that and it was kind of split in half.
That would have made the fight right there. Ah, Jesus Christ, I'm out of heals.
Have you already fought an Iron Giant?
Yes, I have, and the last one was not fun.
Is this gonna be like the Gold Giant or something? It's got that shield from Elden Ring.
This is gonna waste time. Fuck. 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 Shit. Hopefully I start there.
Yeah.
Try, boy, you get him. Yes. The presumption that this is the last one, Clive, is pretty bold.
Yeah.
God damn it. Damn. Damn it. Keep fucking up the timing. How did that not count?
Yeah.
Jesus. That was a lot to really do no damage. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just like... I can't explain it. Like, I'm just not getting the dodges.
I know that's what it's hard to describe, not getting them.
That's just now halfway. a lot of shit that is distracting. That was just because he missed, not because I dodged. Exactly, Clive. I'm out of heals, and I don't... Holy shit.
Yeah, you know, you were doing better damage to him in general than I felt like you felt you were. From the beginning of the fight, you were taking good chunks off compared to other bosses. Like, for a normal enemy, that guy was, like, super badass, but for a boss, he was kind of like this one in Elden Ring that can really beat you up, but when you hit them, you're like, wow, that was like a quarter of their health.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on an elevator. I was like, whoa, that was a lot of, like, background motion for that. Thought that was Clive sweating at first.
Well, after all that, I know I would be.
You know, I know it doesn't make them immune to magical fire, but I wonder if, like, Clive would have, or, you know, like, Joshua would have any resistance to normal fire at all. At least on the level of, like, the dragon from Game of Thrones or something, yeah.
Almost there.
Could I have a shop?
Got some items. High potion and 2 potions.
I'll take it.
Oh, another high potion and 2 potions. Cool.
Okay.
At least you tend to sell all your tonics, right?
I can feel him.
To get everything. Just kind of feel like this might be it. Like this seems like this is the top of the sigil tower.
Yeah.
Finally. I cannot tell you how many sigil towers in Oblivion I just ran to the top of. Like the first few I tried to fight my way through and I was like, no.
Guess get that.
And then I would sit there and like do the dupe glitch on the sigil stones because they are super valuable and super awesome.
I did make a character in Oblivion at one point where the whole idea was that I'd be level 1 all the time, and sigil stones are very important for having magic gear in that.
A blade must ever feed if her edge is to remain keen.
Butcher.
What care you for these worthless creatures? They are nothing. Weak from the moment of their conception, ever longing for power not theirs to command, they turn unfailingly upon themselves. Like sheep, they roam in filthy flocks, eager to trample those few gifted a fleece of gold. Or that they might feel contentment with their pitiful existence. Prejudice and persecution, severance and strife, every earthly wrong springs from the malice in men's hearts.
Okay then.
Is born of the pain and suffering that is free will.
If you say so, pal.
Corruption is gnawed at your being from the very moment of your birth.
You're wrong. It is no corruption. It is who I am. Every choice I make, right or wrong, gives me reason to carry on. And carry on I shall.
You know, at the start of this adventure, he was ready to kill himself.
Yeah.
That is quite the turnaround.
Even though I don't agree with this concept as much as it's preached in modern times, killing yourself is putting your destiny in your own hands, and even like some people, that's preferable even to living in luxury in somebody else's will. You know what I mean? I guess I'm not trying to I'm just trying to give perspective on what I think, you know. Kind of like, I always feel like, even at his lowest, Clive would have been like, fuck you, Ultima! You can't tell me what to do. You're not controlling my destiny.
You're not my dad.
Yeah.
Through his folly beckoned the blight. Yet, there were those few who refused to turn their eyes from the heavens. And they prayed to God that he might lead them back to righteousness. And the Lord, he did answer. Before the worthy shall the gates of paradise open. And so did I spread my arms to the ether, and cast my soul upon its gentle waters. I gave myself unto him.
In a lot of ways, this guy's talking about, he's choosing the opposite of what I was talking about, that it's preferable, you know, just to have somebody else make all your choices for you.
What madness is this?
My worth proven, the Lord charged me thus. If your kind are to find salvation, they must be made to serve. See, paradise lies but a single step away. Could we only take it? Could we only leave our transgressions behind? For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world. I will save us. But it all begins and ends with you. You are the key, Mythos. And with this humble offering, shall I prove my faith once more?
So you forsook your kingdom. You forsook yourself to serve. Tell me, how is that living?
Well, Clive, everybody answers to somebody.
What you seek to provide is not salvation. It's anything but.
Life is about always having a choice. Take that away, and we might as well be dead.
Very well. Come then. Show us the strength of your will.
It's not the strength of my will that should worry you, but the weakness of yours.
I think the level and a half that I've gained since our last fight will make the difference.
If you think your will the stronger, prove it. By this day's end, you shall know the truth.
Ooh.
Blessed with the might of a god, yet still you fight like a man.
Now you're a man. Man. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. I want to see it again. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say the name for like monetization purposes on YouTube. But I will say it's an early Matt Stone and Trey Parker movie. And I'll leave it at that. Did not expect that. I should have, though. Oh my god, I was super trapped right there.
Yeah. All this and they haven't even made you press the attack yet.
Good God. You seen how much health he still has?
Yeah.
Chose you to serve as his vessel, and you cling to this foolish notion of hope when there is none.
Giant kaiju time? Dig it.
I'm kind of curious. I forget how big he gets now. Is this gonna be one where he's smaller than you?
What was Odin's plan if he killed me? I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
you know, it's not
like-
gonna happen, but like, he's gotta go back to Ultima and be like, so what happened? Like, I stepped on him.
I was thinking earlier when he was challenging you, not this time, but the previous time he did, like in some other location. It's like if he wins, is that game over for both sides? Or?
Yeah.
Notice he got punched out of being in full out icon mode. And he still has the Adam Edge, or whatever they call it in this one, but Zentutsukun or whatever.
Yeah.
Did they call it that in this one?
I don't know if I did catch the name. If I did, it was like from one of the last sessions.
Okay.
You have been shown the path. Now you must follow it.
You have to be a little more specific about something. I mean, honestly, if I was in Clive's positions, I'd have a lot of questions for this guy. He seems to be willing to talk it out, you know what I mean? Well, talk it out's the wrong word, but he seems to be willing to talk. Yeah.
Jesus. Jesus. Oh my God, what the fuck? I bet I'm supposed to survive all of this.
Yeah. You know, him having so much red in his stuff is making me a little confused, actually. Hey. You gonna heal them.
Shit. Boned. Ah ha 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 ha. Damn. Oh. Damn! Every time I go for it, he teleports. Ah.
Hopefully this will at least be a continued point.
Defeated. You admitted defeat the moment you turned your back on us. When you turned your back on the truth, Barnabas. We are not as weak as your God believes.
Yep. Torgal's dead. Oh, no.
It was like that, but now it is.
Clive, what are you doing?
I'm not quite sure what Barnabas is trying to accomplish at this point.
I'm not 100% sure either.
Because, like, one of the few things I've guessed is maybe he's trying to basically get Clive to kill him so he'll get his powers, but it's like, if you really want to do that, why not just run up and hug Clive and be like, take it, take it!
Exactly. I would not want Clive touching me if I had an icon. I'm like, nah, bro, I need 6 feet at all times.
What are you waiting for?
Better yet, make it 12.
What you will.
There's a euphemism there, I know it. Ooh.
Cut him with his own shit.
Could it be you have made a weapon of your weakness? My apologies.
What?
You are not the fool I took you for.
Spear, is it weird that only in this form does he have that messed up monster voice? Like when he's normally he does it, when he's full on Odin he does it, but here he does.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you are tired, Mythos? Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long-becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that I have not known for generations!
Or Clive just walks up and goes, "No, I didn't. I just don't need to be the big monster thing to."
But, you know, this is kind of making me think of, because there's a lot of, you know, in Final Fantasy games, letting transformations happen or speeches go on. Digimon World 3 that I've been playing recently, you can choose to have your Digimon start out at the beginning of the battle Digivolve. But the idea is they Digivolve as soon as the battle starts so that they don't have to do it during battle, right?
Yeah.
If you get ambushed, they don't start out Digivolve, because they attack you before you do your transformation. So, you know, it's kind of like what people always talk about, you know, why do they let the heroes stand around and do their thing? It's like, in Digimon World 3, they don't.
It's like nowhere else for me to stand. Yeah. Fuck. Hope it starts me there, come on. I went into that with like no health, no heals, nothing. Yes.
You know, it's interesting because games like this or Kingdom Hearts, they let you do that. Even though I have a tendency when I'm playing around myself to not. Not that I never do, but you know what I mean, like, they let you do that. There's other games like Legend of Mana lets you do that, and I know I was complaining about it, but it actually might be kind of working in its favor in the way I'm talking about that Dead Space does that. And one of the things that really lets them do is make really hard stuff, but make it not, like, unconquerable.
Yeah.
Because think about how hard this guy would feel if every time it was like, well, back to the last time you were in town at a save point. You know, we've played games that do that shit. And I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing. I have too much of a Stockholm syndrome of being like, continue, huh, I don't need that, I can go back to the save point. But like, I don't really know how to actually feel about it when I think about it rationally, you know what I mean?
Holy shit! What was I supposed to do against that?
That was a cloud attack from the Kingdom Hearts game.
Wow.
I say that because, like, literally in Chain of Memories, you use cloud cards to override the screen, and if you get the ultimate one, that's what it does, where he just hits the whole screen like that. It's called, like, Zanzifuka or something like that. It's not called Ultimate Zanzifuka necessarily, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long have I suffered the disappointment of lesser rivals. No more. All my constant congregation, salvation is come. Rejoice as our souls are granted peace unending. How do you know this day will come? What proof have you? Why, yes. Your mere existence is proof of the Lord's grand design. I'll never serve your God.
Shit! I can't get away.
Big this year.
Ooh.
Some games, the enemy's abilities, the instant transmission around the battlefield seems unfair, but you can totally do that in this game yourself, so, you know, like... Ooh. There you go, get it.
Yeah. Come on, die.
All about it.
No, I think I just gotta survive. Ugh, did I make it? Yes, I made it. Cool.
as your price.
Ah.
It's getting a little silly. It sounds really sounding like it's the end of the fight, like musically. It's getting more and more intense as it goes along, kind of like a Silent Hill boss. It sounds like Odin singing in the background.
Oh shit! Oh shit! God no! Ah, come on.
Just was thinking about this. This makes me think of one of those boss fights in old games when you have no idea what their health is, and it's like, man, how is this guy killable?
God damn it! It's gonna start me at the beginning.
Well, no, this is the all being exultant part. That's the first circle of malice.
Haha! Fuck. Haha. Nah, maybe I disappointed there.
Never seen that movie.
Well, if one wasn't gonna get me, the other was.
I'm pretty sure it was the least that bends in it.
Ooh.
That music is nice. dense. Oh, that only did what, like about 12,000 damage. I'm not saying that's not significant to what he has.
Wasn't significant enough. Woohoo! Whoa! Well, now I know how much damage that deals. Yes! Holy shit!
Oh. Nope, that's what I thought. Oh, didn't actually cut his head off, huh?
The day is at an end.
Sure is.
And we both know the truth. It is I who stand victorious. My will that prevailed. Your will? No. It was his.
Clive Rossfield.
Come on, come on. Just give him a good little bap in the chest. That's all you gotta do.
I was gonna ask to see about the... No, he's not. He's just a little...
Okay. I didn't expect to throw him off the tower, but okay.
There's level 40.
Well, I wanted to get to level 40 before I fought him, but meh. That'll be for my next sword.
Poking him's what he wants, Clive. I mean, I know you want to get Odin's powers, like, from a gameplay standpoint, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I thought he threw him off.
I thought he slashed him off and that it would be a little more damaging.
He threw him off the higher platform. This is the lower one.
So he didn't fall to like some super low spot or anything.
Nothing. What was it, if not will, that made you strive for a new world? Strive to win your master's approval? You were shown a fantasy.
A Final Fantasy.
Believe it. But you were wrong. There is no world, but the one we live in.
Do you know that much about metaphysics, Clive?
That world is worth saving. Even if it means killing a god.
I mean, it wouldn't be a Final Fantasy game if it weren't a bunch of teenagers killing God with the power of friendship. That's what all this is leading to.
Bold words. From one who has served the Lord so well.
So well.
This is pointless.
But I almost forgot. I promised that I would make you presentable. Did I not?
Clive's over there just like bad touch. Bad touch. I need an adult. I need an adult. Dude, kick him in the face. You have another foot, just kick him. Like really hard, kick him in the face. You have metal shoes on.
He's been pretty good at that up to this point. But...
Yes, you are the stomach stomper. Let's fucking do this.
No.
See?
Yeah, a little late there.
Better late than never, right, Clive?
At long last, salvation. I'm coming home.
I'm coming home.
Worst part is he just breathed some of that in.
Tell me, how does it feel?
Show yourself! Face me!
How does it feel to consume your rival's strength? To gorge yourself on their beam? To edge step by a trembling step ever closer to the divine? With or without a will, you are still but a vessel, our vessel. Behold, how your body shudders in anticipation of its fate.
Be kind of cool if I would have got different triggers for like the different icons.
No. Come then, O wayward child. We shall await you upon the back of the first worm. There, all shall end and begin again.
Is that going to be the spine or whatever?
Yep.
You just got called out by the last boss who named a time and a place. This might be the end game.
You know, I forgot that that was a thing.
You say that was. Well, I was gonna mention it earlier, but I figured it was remembered. But yeah, that to say he's the place he's hiding out in the last dungeon seems to be the place that he blocked. He was basically like, you have to beat this boss first.
Meanwhile,
When was Eugen Hamel one to hide when there was a fight to be had?
Since they stripped me of my rank and banished me from the battlefield. Now I'm stuck wiping the backsides of this lot while the city burns and my wife tells off the man half my age! And then you turn up! What the hell are you doing here anyway?
What indeed?
The enemy numbers 200,000 or more, counting the Yorks. There are simply not enough soldiers garrisoned in the capital to repel an army of that size.
Then what of the central keep?
Held by a contingent of soldiers and bearers from the surrounding boroughs. They are the sole reason it still stands. And all it took was an army on their doorstep to bring them together.
The prospect of death does put things into perspective.
Perspective. Perhaps it's what we blacked all along.
I need you to lend me some of your best men. Preferably all of them.
My best men? Does it look like I have any more?
I admit this might not be the most convenient time, but my nephew's in trouble. And I may have already promised him more help.
Your nephew, the outlaw? My soldiers have better things to do than die for nothing.
And you and he are of the same mind.
Pride fights for the opposite. He fights for a world in which we shouldn't have to live and die for nothing.
And he fights today to give us all a chance of a better tomorrow.
Be that as it may, a handful of men cannot stand against the kingdom.
This is pretty intense here.
Yeah.
Then mayhap they are the wrong men.
Well, I'll be damned.
Our numbers are few, but I shall rally as many of my dragoons as I'm able. You, apprise the Lord Strategist of the state of the city's defenses.
Yes, Your Radiance.
And you would fight alongside us?
I owe the Phoenix a debt.
Does this vouch for my nephews?
Aye, but I still have my doubts about you.
Which we can discuss later.
Indeed.
You said you had men garrisoned in the keep. Captain, do you know how many yet remain?
Allow me to confirm. Commander?
Whatever their number, Randalar will be needing
Gather the
them
bodies
all.
and build a pyre in the courtyard. Quickly.
Terence.
My lord.
You will find a girl there.
A girl? We are in the middle of a war.
I owe her my life, and I always pay my debts. You are to see that she is provided for.
Dion, I cannot leave.
But you shall. If I'm ever to be worthy of the forgiveness of our people, then I must earn it. And I must earn it by my hand, and my hand alone.
So I think he's gonna be doing with his hand with this guy go.
Yeah. I was gonna say, he keeps saying his hand a lot. Is that a euphemism there? Or not a euphemism, a hint?
Yeah. Like an innuendo or something?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Terence.
Yeah. Well.
Farewell. My prince.
Clive.
Thank fuck. You alright?
I am. But I'm a damn sight better for seeing you, Joshua.
And Barnabas.
The king is dead.
So they're all...
Because the people she was talking about were the ones he, like, absorbed with his sword, wasn't it?
I suppose so.
They are, but so is their killer. They can't hurt anyone anymore. You're safe.
Gav, we need to talk.
I'm sorry, Clive. You know I want nothing more than to go with you.
I do. But I'm glad you're heading back to the Enterprise nonetheless.
And not just for Etta's sake. Our people need to know what happened here.
You can count on me.
As can she, I hope.
Thank you, me lords.
Do you think that was wise?
Wiser than leaving a woman with child alone in the Deadlands. They'll be safer at the highway. For now, at least. This land was overrun with Akashic. The king himself was long turned, albeit by choice. All to serve Ultima in his damnable quest to forge the perfect vessel.
The chaos Barnabas wreaked upon nation after nation. How many were killed for this?
How many indeed?
He didn't consider it killing. Or a mercy of sorts. A way to end their suffering. He truly wanted to save mankind, and ultimately use that.
As he uses us.
But why us? What are we?
Is that the theme creeping in there?
Yeah.
We are dominants. It is our fate. But that doesn't mean we have to accept it, which is why we fight. For the right to deny it. Is that not so?
It is. For our sins. Barnabas said something else. That the Mother Crystals were Ultimas.
Ultimas? Are you certain?
We know that the Mother Crystals have been leading the land of Ether.
So they're sucking it up, not putting it
We
out.
also know that it's
Yeah.
this which hastens the spread of the blight. But what I cannot
So it's
fathom
even more
is
like Final Fantasy VII than I
Ultima
thought.
stands to gain from that. What did you find at the stronghold?
The truth about Ultima's prize. For so long, I believed it to be you, and you alone. Yet, it is not merely Efreet that he desires, but Efreet and Phoenix both. That which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the twin flames are joined shall his vessel be complete.
So, no more fusion dance?
Is another question. Unless there is something he cannot achieve without one. Something his immaterial form precludes. Something requiring an unthinkable amount of ether and a body resilient enough to channel it. If I did not know better, brother, I would think that he meant to cast a spell. A spell 1,000 years in the making. A spell to end all spells.
But he cannot do it without us. Or without the Mother Crystals. But if we destroy them all, we will stop not only the Blight, but Ultima as well. We stick to the plan then. Only this time,
we face him together.
So, fusion dance. Okay.
Well, it's a long walk to Stone here. Let's not keep Ultima waiting.
I have to say, one thing I did not expect about this game is Joshua to be your ultimate party member.
You know, I kinda didn't either.
When Barnabas fell, his magic died with him. The road to Stone here is barred to us no longer.
Oh!
I thought it might be sword stuff. Shoot a fireball? Yeah.
Okay, but you lose it as soon as you change. That makes sense. That would probably be super broke if I could stack that with, like, Phoenix's dash.
Yeah. Ooh.
And the last one. So.
5,000, huh?
Oh, shit. Let's see here. There's some ones that I use a lot. I don't get it, but okay.
You were right, Joshua. Bodies up ahead.
What now?
Oh, come on.
Is there no peace for a dying man?
What happened here?
I got stabbed a lot.
Ether floods made savage beasts of my companions. And those faithless orcs, I knew they weren't to be trusted. We were told that they would stay loyal to our cause. Something commanded their loyalty, but it was not us.
It's a wonder they stayed faithful for so long.
Perhaps they sensed our downfall. The king is gone, our nation in ruins. What becomes of us?
All right.
Pawns now, sworn to a shattered throne. Fuck Walud. Fuck the dead king and his god. Fuck this withered shithole. The floods do not affect you. You are a bearer, albeit one who's lost his brand. Pray, hear me, brother. Will you grant this pawn his final wish?
Of course.
Beyond my I was...
May you find...
I'm sorry, but that was just really going on. Also, that's an odd time to hit me with a side quest.
We want you to turn around for it?
I don't know. We'll find out next time.
Ah.
Well, I hope everyone has a good time, or had a good time. Be easy. This is John.
Nerd Leader.
We'll see you later.
Yep.